Okay. Oh, dia punya sound effect. Alah, kalau saya tahu skrin ni ada, saya boleh pakai. Tapi tak apalah. Saya boleh pakai untuk buat overlay. Ui, cantiknya. Apa font dia pakai? Saya suka dia punya... Tak apalah. Crisp. Dia punya OST pun just nice. So. Okay. Boleh lah. Oh, ada bunyi ano. Bunyi gavel. Apa entah nama dia tu? Tukul. Ada special content. Ada benda saya boleh unlock sebab saya order awal. Tapi kita cek dulu apa ada di option. Music, effect, voices, gameplay, ada subtitle itu wajib on. Text box transparency low. Oh, begitu kah? Boleh off terus oh. Low aja lah. Screen flashes biarlah tu. Voice ada English. Alamak. Biarlah. Biasa sudah yang ano. Ada story mode. Tapi ini tidak apalah tuh. So dalam game ni ada dua adventures dengan resolve. So kalau tengok dari apa yang saya faham, ini Japanese punya code sebab nampak tulisan dia tuh di nampak di meja dia tuh ada tulisan Jepun. Dan yang the resolve ini dia di England. Tidak silap saya lah. Saya pun lupa-lupa. Bukan lupa, saya tidak pernah. Saya cuba untuk tidak baca pasal game ni dari awal. Sengaja. Lagu dia pun mantap loh. So kita buat ni dulu. Great Ace Attorney Adventures yang pertama. Let's do this. Harap-harap. Oh, ada anime kah?
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide. But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Objection!
Oh lama, dari tadi kah saya bercakap tiada sound? Bring forth the witnesses at once. Berapa ramai ya? Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupation for the court. Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Yesa Nosa, reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employers approval of fine articles of antiquity from the fluorescence of our nation Nippon, and conduct my trade with Drasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District, Curio Kurekuta, at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be with the diner at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always past noon, and not infrequently converse with the interested party regarding the curious with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. Okay. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and try to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, the sergeants look more like he be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative. The enemy units will be seen attacking the foreigner in what can be only described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uninformed rogue infantry over there who unloaded his firearms, sir. This man is impossible to understand as the other. Macam mana buat soal slang British? Susah. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during the last thing he said. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. So the soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the judge will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir. Standing by ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of the most acerbic afternoon. Apa acerbic, apa arti dia? Wait, oh, nice. What the witness saw. Ping! Cara lagu dah. Oh. I was investigating a regular beef at the stake while having a tactic. Sama tengok. Nosa cakap, I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Kurekuta cakap, myself, I was extolling the virtue of particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. Nosa cakap, at that precise moment, a firearm was discharged.
I observed the enemy actions with my own eyes. The black uninformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, you cowardly little weasel. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysterious absconded precious.
Oh. Kita boleh push tadi tu. Sebab gambar dia dari depan kan, bukan dari belakang.
Well, so you, Sergeant Norsa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy.
Weh, kenapa ada pisau tu?
What time we live in, when an Englishman may be assailing at the broad light of day.
Kenapa kau buka-buka pisau tu?
But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Rinosuke?
Yes. All I did was pick up the gun I saw lying on the ground, on the floor. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Berapa jam sudah saya skrip? 1 jam. Okay. When I finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, bang! Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these 2 witness testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Ay, kenapa tidak sound? Ya, dah balik sudah.
Rinosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witness.
Cross-examine?
Do it now.
Ay, hilang lagi sound. Aduh. Panas kah? Kepanasan kan bosku? Terus terang cakap. Terus terang cakap saya nggak tahu apa yang berlaku, tapi saya save dulu. Nantilah saya sambung nanti pagi. Assalamualaikum, selamat malam. 7.40. Yang saya nampak yang publicly keluar event ialah Awang Ikmal, thank you for the like dan share. Siapa lagi satu? Fahmi kah like. Thank you, terima kasih. Pelik kan? Kenapa dia tidak keluar di bawah tu? Saya pun pelik kadang-kadang. Saya pun tak faham dia punya the whole thing. Awang Ikmal, hello. Apa kabar bang? Haris Hafiz. Assalamualaikum bosku. Waalaikumsalam bosku. Lama nak dengar kabar. Oke bah, sihat. Saya sihat juga. Sudah first dose. Second dose belum lagi. Ada bertukar kata. Haris Hafiz, thank you for the like. Terima kasih. So sekarang apa yang jadi ialah Auchi, kita punya main karakter sudah dituduh sebagai pembunuh dan Pokemon Stream macam tiada apa-apa betul. Pokemon Stream, Pokemon Unite standard saja lah. Kau tunggu keluar di mobile lah baru make sense sikit kebanyakan yang berlaku tuh. Kak, kau sudah beli anu? Sudah kau beli Switch kah? Objection, Igiari. Nampaknya ada yang tahu law di sebalik anu nih. Ace Attorney. Yes. Kalau anda objection atau take that.
What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst?
Oh, demam dan sakit sendi. Saya macam lengu-lengu tapi saya tidak demam. Itu yang saya risau juga nih. Kenapa saya tidak demam lepas first dosage? Saya rasa second dosage dia mesti sandi nih. Mesti kena teruk saya punya badan nih. Belum beli. Oh, turun harga baru beli. I mean the defense demands a right to a cross-examination. Dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimachi headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How did he know? Fuck. The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it, it's irrelevant. Ada orang tulis kaca, ya lah. Kadang-kadang fokus betul. Enggak? Kazuma is so commanding. Pak, susah nih game cari-cari apa yang salah. Entah, saya rasa game detektif oke saja kalau invested lah. Kalau invested dengan story dan main directly, tidak berhenti, dia oke sikit. Dia macam RPG juga. Sebab kita follow apa yang berlaku dan kena logical sikit lah kepala otak tu.
Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Rinosuke.
But I don't even know what I have to do in cross-examination.
Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witness's testament.
Statement bukan testament. Tu benda apa saya baca tu? How?
You didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier said has to be a lie.
Well, yes, but
It's just a case of proving it, and the key of doing that is evidence.
right, evidence.
All you need to do is to present some decisive and
Indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Sesasul-sasul saya main ni game ni.
Now let's go, Rinosuke. Don't let them beat you.
Dia punya tepek tu kan. Buruk bunyi dia.
Alright then, it's all or nothing.
Cantik dia punya UI cross examination. What the witnesses saw. I was macam mana sudah suara dia ni saya buat last semalam.
I was ingesting a regular beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man.
Myself, ada bully press. Okay. Golden Curio. Apa Golden Curio? Apa maksud dia? I have no idea what you're talking about. A koban, boy? A koban? You mean an old Edo coin? Okay. The day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value to the Hoei period entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day, with said item secreted in my bosom pocket, in the hope when an affluent consignate appraised of its indisputable value being present. So, you were hoping to sell your Koban coin? To Sergeant Nosa, whom you met at the restaurant? Yes, it's quite clear what you're going with this, boy. You were about to assert that a penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing a precious Koban. Isn't that so? Well,
You little upstart cadet. You want to add respecting a superior officer to your list of crimes, do you? Blatant subordination.
no, I didn't say anything. Although penniless might just be the word I was looking for.
In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of the midday luncheon. There remains a precious few present with whom I could engage in discourse about matters of business. The gentleman aside me, who was grappling with his braised veal at the time, was my sole prospect.
Zul Smile So, thank you for the like. Terima kasih. I see. Okay, ini masih boleh tekan kiri-kiri untuk pergi previous dengan back. Dan apa tactical discussion, kita press dulu. Mantap nih.
Why aren't you saying anything? Is this some kind new interrogation? Macam mana mau sebut? Interrogation technique? I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask.
Kenapa nih? Pelik.
Just ask about anything that catches your attention, anything that bothers you.
Alright then,
this beefsteak you mentioned, what kind of food is that?
Tin Shan.
Beefsteak is a delicious cut of veal, vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot.
Oh.
If food could receive Medal of Honor, beefsteak could be almost as highly decorated as a cutlet.
Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question. This cutlet you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Wih, banyak nih soalannya pasal makanan.
Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil.
Accept your guilty verdict, atone for your crimes, and when you release from prison, try it. Yes, sir. I will, sir. On the double, sir. Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case? Oops, sorry. I'll do my best. Saya sedang kasih autoplay, so technically saya tidak tekan apa-apa pun. Dia autoplay saya nih. Bagus kan? Is it? Alah, nggak sempat pula baca. Negative. Tapi saya still boleh tekan Y untuk dapatkan dia punya history. Orang yang pernah main visual novel faham lah apa jadi nih. Oh, ada dia tanya pasal crying tuh. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing a sort of war crying noise? Negative. Well, attorney rookie kah MC dia tuh? Tidak. Dia bukan attorney rookie. Main karakter dia student, saya lupa student jurusan apa, tapi dia kebetulan kena tuduh membunuh. So dia sekarang membela diri sendiri. At the precise moment a firearm was discharged, I observed the enemy action with my own eyes. Ini kita tinggal dulu. Tapi yang pilih-pilih cross examination ni saya yang buat sendiri lah. Kecuali story dia ni dia automatic sekarang.
Affirmative, I saw you.
Laughing, cackling like a madman as you trained the barrel of the gun on the English civilian. But that's impossible. I only... Allow me to confirm just one point, please. Yang kawan ni, yang ada pedang samurai itu bakal jadi kena hantar pergi luar negara untuk jadi lawyer, study di luar negara, study di luar Jepun. Tapi dia tidak. So what if it was? Okay, dia cakap dia tengok meja tu hanya lepas bunyi tembakan tu dia dengar. Well, if that's really the case, it would mean that you did in fact see the precise moment when the killer actually fired the gun. And double my sixth sense. Bagus animation dia kali ni. Lebih bagus daripada yang 3DS punya tu. Sorry? My sixth sense of danger. Pick up the wave of murderous energy radiating from your foul mind. Which means, a split second before you pull the trigger, I was looking right at you, cadet. Surely that's not really possible, is it? Do you think I'd have got where I am today in the army something? Lajunya. Well, it seems the soldier is absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. This is not good. Lagu dia aman damai. Oh, biar saya teka. Belakang ni Askar ada bayi kan ni? Dia pakai yang kain merah tu kan? Dia sedang mendondong bayi ke apa? So ini, the black uninformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian and from the back. So ini kita boleh press. Nanti saya boleh bagi sebab kita ada gambar bukti yang profesor yang mati tu kena tembak dari depan sebelah kiri, dari dada sebelah kiri. So ini mungkin kita boleh refute, rebuttal. It was you little weasel. You unloaded the firearm on that man from behind his back. And you call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nihon? Nippon gak ada sebut. What is it? Do you know, Ski? Tu yang kawan dia tu, tengok dia punya band di tangan. Band anu kan, guaman attorney punya, lawyer punya. In that case, check back over the details of the evidence you've gathered in the court record. And if you find an inconsistency with what the witness just said, then don't hold back. Okay, so kita mau orang cakap counter argument untuk bagi tahu yang witness tu sedang menipu. Bukanlah menipu, apa? Oh, habis sudah 5 second. Okay. Kita balik pergi sini. Tu mana ada lies, ada tipu helah. Dalam ni apa nama dia ni? Dalam ni statement. Somewhere in there you find something that doesn't add up. In other words, inconsistency. Hey, susah mau sebut. Present your evidence with acts and rip the witness apart. Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you'll be given a penalty. So sebelah kanan atas nanti akan nampak dia punya bintang live dia lah, live. Kenapa kau macam mau kasih buka kau punya pedang? But keep your head and measured in your attack. Good luck, partner. Okay. So atas kanan kau nampakkan tu ada bintang 5 tu. At that precise moment, a fire almost discharged. I observed the enemy action with my own eyes. The black, ini mana kena tamakan. Ini saya boleh present satu gambar yang ini. Kalau kita cek gambar, dia cakap from the back, and then kena bagi tahu kita punya dalam testimoni, bukan testimoni, dalam coroner's report, dalam laporan anulah, apa perkataan dia tu, laporan kematian ni, postmortem. Dalam postmortem dia cakap peluru ni tidak tembus badan dia. Di sini kan, the bullet did not pass through the victim's body. So maksud dia walaupun dari depan ke dari belakang, yang penting kita kena bagi bukti yang bila witness, kita punya saksi itu cakap otopsi itu macam mana? Betul lah tu. Betul lah tu. Ngam lah tu Haris Hafiz. Betul lah tu. Otopsi, betul lah tu. Apa sudah tu? So kita kena bagi reasoning yang dia cakap bila witness cakap, saksi cakap kita tembak dia mangsa dari belakang, sebenarnya tidak pun kalau cek. Sebab satu yang tidak masuk akal, peluru tidak tembus belakang badan. Maksud dia garanti belakang badan, memang garanti belakang badan, tapi gambar menunjukkan dari dia cedera dari depan, dia tidak berdarah di belakang. So ini kita present.
Yes!
Tidak take that kah? Awal-awal saya ni yes ni. Saya mau ada take that. Saya kasih autoplay. Oh, berpeluh. Kenapa kau berpeluh? Kenapa semua senyap?
What are you playing at, cadet?
What is the meaning of this subordination? Trusting some photographic prints in my mustache? Inconsistency, sir. Ya, sebab ni zaman Jepun lama, so bahasa yang kadang-kadang dorang pakai sangat old school. Photographic print, dorang bukan cakap photograph apa. What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us what we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proof beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Macam mana tu? Oh, please. Surely it doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. Oi, pada waktu. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant, yes or no, sir? Yes, sir. What, sir? Ni pan sepatutnya ni, British punya army. The statement you just made was this. The black uninformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel
Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
Yes. But no, that just can't be.
And why not, cadet?
Because take a close look at the print.
The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest.
Sergeant, according to your witness statement,
The culprit shot the victim from behind.
and that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it?
Oh, well,
Oh, ada bayi. Kan betul ada bayi di belakang dia. What the? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again.
certainly there is a clear disparity with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosal?
Berpeluh kau, berpeluh.
Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I hear the firearm discharge.
Keluar bayi dia sudah.
My eyes firmly fixed on delicious La Carnival steak, sir.
What?
The last testimony of the court heard was proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. That this witness, Sergeant Iyesanosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all.
That's absurd. Sampai Nintendo Switch saya jadi gelap bah. Lama betul dibiar.
I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom.
Oh, apa ni? Banyak bercakap-cakap di belakang.
So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there, he was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back. But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the crime was shot either?
The moment the victim was shot, apa bahasa baca tu?
Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Saya rasa orang tua ni dia tunduk and then dia kasih slide tu senapang. Mungkin lah.
Too busy on the floor?
Sorry, what were you doing?
Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Indeed, the Hohe Era Koban, my prize coin. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, is it my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Raste, in the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you? On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my Hohe treasure. Believed that he would purchase such a rare find, I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished? Hunting around under the table, I was, in case mayhap it has fallen there, and then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. The lamentable day, the precious Hoi Koban was lost to me. Ano ka to? Was lost to me. Suara dia, lupa buat suara dia. No doubt someone scrumptious scoundrel pocket the prize coin for himself. Nosa terus diam-diam. As I'm sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient, macam mana mau sebut tu, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Auchi? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, apa kau sebut tadi? Saya tidak sempat baca. It will become abundantly clear that that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. Naruhodo. Kau buat lawak ano ka ni? Lawak bahasa Naruhodo. I see. I see. Macam mana? Ada cara nggak saya membuat lawak I see sekarang nih? Tutup mata kan? I see. I see. Naruhodo. Itu dari dulu lagi lawak tuh. Lawak at least yang jadi di version English lah. Version Japanese. Kalau dalam bahasa Inggris kan diorang tukar jadi Phoenix Wright. So basically dia apa? Yeah, that's right. Naruhodo. Boleh tahan rosak juga lah game dia punya pun kebanyakan dia bila tukar jadi English. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? Game ni banyak at least yang version English dia lah. Banyak nama pun. Yes, sir, at once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Noza family to rise up to the ranks, sir. Name, Aido. Nama Jepun. It would seem those drops as a sign of Sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Aido. In shot.
Keluar.
Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy.
Comel bayi di belakang itu. Siap, ada tiup-tiup lagi. Adrian. Ikari. Objection. Even if I were... So, jap, ini saya nggak boleh kasih anu. Saya mau baca dulu, kejap. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was that young lad in black. That much I myself did see.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Personnel.
Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uninformed cadet who have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out.
Itu sejak kau punya testimoni. Lajunya. Saya belum sempat baca. Apa kau cakap tadi?
These testimonies are certainly compelling.
Tiba-tiba, yes. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all.
Please, enough of this outburst already.
But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact.
Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel? Okay, so dia duduk satu orang. Makan pun satu orang. Kita tengok dulu ni gambar.
Indeed, on the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident.
As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set.
Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else.
It doesn't make any sense.
The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record.
The photographic print of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. I don't understand. Mari kita tengok dulu tu gambar. Apa beza dengan gambar tadi? Ada beza? Hai, kena makan. Macam lagi sikit. Tengok ah. Gambar daging tu. Tengok gambar daging. Yang ini. Dengan yang ini. Kan memang kita tutup. Ini ada. Okey. Ada apa-apa kah yang? Garpu macam sama. Apa yang berbeza? Kalau tengok ni, macam sebiji. Tapi macam kurang lah, kan? Daging tu macam lagi sikit kan? Steak tu. Ya. Saya malas Saya malas mau kira petak. Sebab bila saya kira petak, kalau saya tunjuk saya mengira pun bukan stream nampak. Itu masalah deh. Pasu bunga mana satu pick? Nina, ada pasu bunga sini. Ini kena zoom nih, so nggak nampak. Tapi pasu bunga dia pun jauh kan, berbandingan. So dia kurang sampai sini, bah. Kita tengok yang di bawah nih. Dia ada 3 lah kan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yang ini kalau saya kira bawah saja 1, 2, 3, 4. Di bagian bawah yang ini sih. 1, 2, 3, 4. Kanan kena potong sudah. Gila. Siapa yang begini hebat makan di tempat kejadian ataupun di meja lain. Confirm meja lain kan. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. Nampak hantu tu Rinosuke. Naruhodo kau nampak tu. I swear I saw a woman with him. Berfikir. It would seems that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takatsuchi Aochi, will have contributed to the enmity of these two great empires is an honor. Allah. Rinosuke, chill. Relax. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Rinosuke. It's not over yet. Apa nih, Mia kah? Mia? Bukan. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. Okay, so kita akan cuba tahu apa yang berlaku. Rule can be so unbending at times. Saya dah kipas saya. Okay. Mana yang kita mau cross-examination? The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise one I find what is just, it's almost the same thing. No, it's not.
Yes!
No, it's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion of that being of an uninformed officer versus that of fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, there's an undeniable fact that I did blink. Bunyi kipas dia itu satisfying habis loh dengar. So there you have it. What have? Third shot. The sound of the firearm rang in my ear, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? And let us not forget that the antique dealer witnessed the accuser in this most incriminating position as well. Is that so, Korekuta-san? Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was. Okay.
Furthermore, visual search of the premises.
Yes!
Siapa lagi stay sana? You must have noticed something else with Dr. Whistle camera. There was a lady there. As you have been pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. If only there's been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 when it happened, the quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course the place was almost empty. It's what you expect. Certainly 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was? Oh, ada buku. This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. Objection! It would seem that the victims had an appointment at the clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Hota clinic? Hota clinic? Apa mainan ini? Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th of November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder. What do you think, Rinosuke? Well, is it hard to see how it could be related, really? Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence, if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Whistle medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not?
Yes!
Yes! Yes! Macam mana mau tiru perkataan dia tu? If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what ground? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim movement prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are concerned is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well, the court would grant the defense request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. The victim medical report card has been entered into the court record. Okay, kita cek. Cek. What we need right now is new clues. Kita cek. Hah? Saya tidak boleh cek. Saya mau tengok tu. Tak apalah. You have to explore things from every possible angle, even if this doesn't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to iterate for the accused, Koretsuta-san. Indeed, alone he was the injured from dining by himself. Therefore, no one other than black uniform category version over and out. Okay.
Yes!
Why aren't you telling the truth? What did you say, cadet?
There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Apa ada nanti tempat-tempat lain?
Unfortunately for you, defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone.
Sorry?
The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone.
That's right.
Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady.
But I...
If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof.
Ada, saya tidak boleh cek kah tu? Saya mau cek ni, tak boleh.
And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time.
There's nothing I can say to that.
Excellent work, Rinosuke. We gleaned some new information now.
Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light.
I wouldn't be so sure.
Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this?
Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it a little more detailed.
How exactly?
You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. There are only ones you may examine.
Examine gitu lah.
Press A, you can take a closer look at the piece in question.
Use R top, R left, R bottom, and R right.
Okay. To rotate the evidence in all directions. Examine it from all angles. By using L top and left,
L bottom, and L right.
Oh, boleh
okay.
Guna apa tu zoom lah. You can move the crosshair around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before.
Ada peta tu saya mau cek nanti.
If the crosshair start to pulsate, press A to investigate further.
So,
partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail.
Alright, I'll see what I can do.
An A to inspect any areas of the evidence that look suspicious.
Okay.
Oh.
Disuruh buka.
Let's have a look.
Oh, saya menutupkan. Siapa? Bolehlah.
This is some kind of medical history.
Saya hilangkan chat dulu.
And there's an entry.
Alamak. Apa tadi?
There's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia.
Extraction of molar? You mean he had tooth taken out? Oh, dia tidak boleh makan steak kan?
It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a big bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief.
Yes, I heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe if there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. There is a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink beside water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effect has passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. The medical report card information has been updated in court record. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So, I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Mari kita cari. Ayo kejap, saya mau cek dulu. Baik, saya tidak boleh pergi. Ini saya boleh examine. Oh, boleh sudah. The plan of the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Definitely. It's supposed to show the relative position of everything in the moment following the incident. But there's nothing to show the woman you say you saw there. Exactly, and that's not all. Look here in the upper left where it says kitchen. Oh yes, what of it? No one would use these complicated characters to write kitchen, especially not if they were in a hurry. You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study harder, Inosuke. Oh, ni basically memang betul lah. Dia kasih tunjuk teks tu dalam English di bawah. Kenapa kau ada cut police? Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it say the witness name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Satoru. Well, yes, business card do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that I unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence if they're wielding it somehow here. The way the business card information has been updated in the court record. Dan ini saya tidak boleh. Oh, ini. Apa ni? 901. My personal student number is engraved on the back here. If you lose your pen, they won't accept you as a UMA student at the university. You may not come in, Adu. Of course, you can get a new pin made if you just tell them your number. I actually lost mine twice already, but I still don't know my student number by heart. I always say to myself, I must not forget to write it down somewhere, but then I forget not to forget that. Imperial ditulis itu. Yume kan? Hota Clinic. Ini apa? Logo apa nih? Smart. Tidak date.
Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Okay, kita cuba yang ini. Dining all by himself, kita boleh bagi objection sebab kita boleh present ada information baru. Dalam medical report card dia cakap dia tidak boleh makan lepas dia pergi klinik. Sebab dia bukan klinik, dia pergi dentist. Oh, bukan.
Yes!
Lawak bah muka dia bila dia begitu. I think. What about your withering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused. You know, Suke, everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raise your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. All right, and thanks for the advice. Korekuta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me, have you forgotten my words too soon? So soon, amateur? You amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceeding with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may have not done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's Remember, Yunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we are finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard has been clear and concise. The medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else beside this pale-faced pupil. Oi, saya mau baca. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Pada cakap, pale-faced pupil who had cop could possibly have perpetrated the crime. Do you really believe that? What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hoda Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted? What's this? No. And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim has been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't. Korekuta-san? What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, There's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we know now, just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effect of the anesthetic. Kenapa panjang betul ayat kau? Saya tidak sempat. Cuma mau bagi semangat begitu kalau panjang ayat susah mau kasih let go. Expertly done, partner. Lagu tu pak, lagu.
Objection!
What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your hand. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case has turned. Won't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely. So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who in fact was eating the butchered beefsteak? Park. The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of your turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been an as yet unknown third party. Ini perempuan tadi tu. Obviously, it can only be someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet, we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else eating there. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witnesses' testimonies are unreliable. Susah. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Kazuma? Are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, counsel. I have no issues with you. What do you mean? I'll have issues with them, those two witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving out testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! Hold it! Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Pecah tembelang sambil benda kena tiup-tiup di sebelah kiri. Oh. What? What did you just say? Karekita-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders? Now, hold on, lad. I was, say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one simple slip of the tongue. Baru nampak bayi itu di belakang sini. Order, counsel. Explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution know nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? Well, that's classified. Kena tarik-tarik pada piano. Misai. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke, judging from the way they are reacting to this, I'd say they were spawned to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Aochi has had any idea about it. What do you say? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been with the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any idea about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly? Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh, yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that this witness has been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait. Your Excellency, I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency, no time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Itu Itu waiter. Nih, the head waiter, Satoru Hosonaga.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock. What possible reason would the waiter have to make this witness give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. Well, if he truly were? Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity as proven by this evidence.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree, it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession? What's that? Surely. Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Bureau? Macam mana mau sebut tu? What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand was in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention you've seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Mana dia? Oh, dia keluar balik. Inspector Hosonaga. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all the investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. Oh, mata lu. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say, you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course. Your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I'm not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses besides you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would have also been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. Uy! Kenapa ni? Flashback. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an English woman. So, the truth came out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the borough. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say... Remove the English woman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the English woman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this English woman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. Siapa perempuan tu? Artis? Loyal? Royalty? The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishwoman has been murdered on our soil. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect. Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the phantom woman in this case. But it's not right. Kenapa senyap? One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty research laboratory, is a young English woman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean... When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demand that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The English woman sitting at the university professor's table was certainly Miss Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory at Yume University's medical faculty. What is happening here? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady presence at the scene and ordered this witness to make no mention of her in their testimony. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Very well, my thought on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise, namely that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a discretion of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send a telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. Very well. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So, it won't be a problem? Uy, semangat. Nothing will get in my way. Lap kau punya darah. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Giselle Brett. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency. Good. Then we have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Apa tu reconvening? To be continued. Belum habis lagi tu tutorial punya quest. Berapa jam sudah? 1 jam setengah selesai main. Trial part 2. Saya sambung kemudian. Assalamualaikum, selamat petang. So, sebab saya tidak sedar Nescafe ini sudah sikit, so mungkin saya tidak main lama. Rasanya lah. Most likely. Tapi kita main saja, kita sambung. Apa yang jadi last time, kita tahu ada seorang gentlewoman yang identitinya masih tidak diketahui. So, sesi ini kita mau tahu. 22nd November, 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants and the Chamber. 5. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. Oh, ini reference ano kan? Kaya sa sweaty. This morbid on sweater already. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, started finding inconsistency in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. But get it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, it looks like we have exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up, bang! I didn't have time to think about where the
where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The way they ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Awang Iqmal, thank you for the share. Terima kasih.
Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You have exceeded my expectation, I have to say.
Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Macam mana suara-suara Mikotoba saya buat? Saya lupa sudah. Alah, sound hilang lagi. Siapa? Kenapa lah problem? Ada? Tidak ada sound lah. Belum habis lagi case dia. Awal lagi nih. Masih awal game lagi nih. Ada sound, game sound. Siapa? Oh, game froze apa nih? Sekejap. Saya cek dulu, kasih wujud balik. Siok lah bila saya punya capture card nih buat terbiat. Famikun, thank you for the like. Terima kasih. Belum lagi, tutorial pun belum. Panjang nih game sebenarnya kalau betul-betul lah. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference, lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. Tidak, bukan main karakter. Bandana macam Ryu tu bukan. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What are you saying, Kazuma?
So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way.
Kazuma!
Well then, it looks like all comes down to you, young man.
To me?
Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case.
Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim?
Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA, and it was I who invited him.
Oh, I see.
I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university student, university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we are going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement in our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. but I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Now then, I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need.
Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama.
Defendant Naruhodo, court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what hits them.
Ni nak main karakter kita yang nama Ryunosuke. AB, thank you for the like. Kazuma?
What?
Thank you. Really.
What for?
Well, if you hadn't said you believe me, ya, ni yang baru, then I'm fairly sure I already have been found guilty by now.
Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend.
Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So, this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then, I'll save the thank yous after that. Thank yous for after the trial.
Susah. Kepada terbelit-terbelit lidah. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course.
November, 12:09 p.m.
Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2.
Okay, mari kita tengok.
The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Aochi, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Sorry?
Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. There's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders?
Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinion, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
Shut up, you jump-up rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with the great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all.
Two main character sebelah kanan. Rambut panjang-panjang, pacak-pacak.
Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats!
Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett. Yes. Your Excellency! Pelik betul. Hah? Angsa? Swan. Sorry, bukan angsa. Well, what a delight is it to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussion take place without tea. Is that true? No idea. So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Sataru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at La Cane... lajunya. Yes, we all know. We know all about you already. Kenapa handphone saya bergegar? Oh. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your power of observation are one thing you are sure of. Oh yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Rinosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of descriptions are sorely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. Cuma ada muka dia. Oh, dia pakai mask. Aduh. Apa bahasa kau? Kau nak boleh cakap Jepun kah? I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? Oh, Hosonaga pun pandai cakap English kah? The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She is a visiting research student currently enrolled in Yume University's medical faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as Hummingbird's song. As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You'll obviously be fine in England, Kazuma. The English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Rinosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court have been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? Dia bercakap. She says yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? She would like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the borough. Bureau, itu kah sebutnya? Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Okay, seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apa kau tulis? Apa kau cakap? Apparently, it was very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it will appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Order! Order in court! Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you describe. Witness testimony. A frightening and sorrowful sight. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak, a beef tumnalan. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Itu siapa? Ada lah ya? Apa lah ya benda saya boleh rebut? I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Apa ni? That is condemning testimony indeed. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Objection! Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. And look at this snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose word in the court is going to believe. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you'll need to learn. But he's annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the borough. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimony of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal her firearm. Di topi dia tu besar. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have a hidden weapon can be shown, this is moot. Apa moot? There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own word on the matter. That's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to live up her dress, I could prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Ada zoom. Uy, kenapa kau senyum? Jahat. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Astaga, sudah. Okay, kita cross-examination. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day, the press.
Yes!
After 2 p.m., in fact, that's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashion from Britain, don't you? Late luncheons are en vogue, isn't that right? No? Oh, no. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working at the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim has another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brad and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that's all make perfect sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. So you both arrive at the restaurant. What happened next? Ini pun kita press juga. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak.
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he's just had a tooth removed at the heart clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Pratt aware of this fact? It seems so, yes. She heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who had the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brandt? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly, and it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left? Dear me, what a harrowing experience! To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, has nothing to eat or drink at all? That's right. Other than some carbonated water? Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Rinosuke, about the witness' last statement? That last statement of yours, Miss Brent, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing? The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense called for the witness' last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well, Miss Brent. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, he said. She said. He said, Malay. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I hope there are some more useful tips you are picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. Okay. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument.
Yes!
Kita push. I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello. Please, don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort to you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. Argue. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? Miss Pratt does not appear to speak Japanese. No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must all speak English. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman. Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up after that was when I finished my coffee and stood up to leave.
Yes!
Saya mau tahu dari mana saya dapat. Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. And like I said, there's no point repeating that assertion over and over. Well, I wasn't expecting you to be attacked by my own side. Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you have a gun in your hand. Well, yes, that's true, but all I did was pick up a gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time. Oh. That will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel. Dirty? Your baseless accusation could very well cause an international incident, boy. It seems to me that accusation is just as baseless as ours. What nonsense! The lady is merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
Yes!
It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely, I verified it personally. You verified it? Yes, immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." That's all you did? You just asked her? Surely you carry out a physical search, Inspector? No. Why on earth not? The Honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated she did not possess a weapon. There was obviously no need for further probing into the matter. Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps? Think what you will, but if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demand that you support your assertion with facts. In other words, he wants evidence. The lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with that investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office has told you to get the woman out of there. No, get her out of there. I just urge her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she is nowhere meant to run away from the scene of the crime, which is why she is only too happy to cooperate and testify here in the court today, of course. Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm quoting you. So, she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him. Which is an out and out, totally unfounded lie. Senawa. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. Kenapa lau? In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. I'm dressed exactly like the same way as you are, except for the flapping red ribbon. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even you with your thick skin must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well, I feel half dead already. And the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me feel any better either. The first thing to do is to press her on any of her statements that seems even slightly off to you. Do that, an opening will present itself, I promise you. I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination.
Yes!
So, both of you and the professor drank this carbonated water, did you? Yes. Being the waiter, I poured the two glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so. Except you're actually a detective. And the beefsteak, that was for you, Miss Brett. The lady says that she heard it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opened its doors to the world. Yes, that's true. What a frightful place, is the lady's opinion. And I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful. Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is? True, come to think of it, the first time I tried carbonated water, it was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. But anyway, back to this witness statement. Somehow, I feel like there's something out of place in what she's saying. We need to pounce on every We need to pounce on even the slightest thing now, because you never know what might lead us to our goal. Our goal is turning this trial around. Understood, Kazuma? So, di meja tu, yang saya ingat, saya ingat di meja macam ada satu saja apa? Ada satu saja cawan. Ini kita nak tahu carbonated water ke apa. Tapi mananya kita boleh try kasih present ni. Oh, sorry.
Yes!
That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is, it's odd. Very odd. Dear me, what is odd? What's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that look odd to you? Well, obviously it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that is true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Oh, you're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over miniature? Minuati? Macam mana mau sebut tu? Minuati? What possible difference does the presence of or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Minutier, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can click with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Saya tengok topi tu perempuan. Mana tahu ada gelas tu di sana. Apa yang kau cakap ni? Inspector, what did the lady say? It seems that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? Topi dia ada swan kan? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious! Sorry? There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequences at all. Oh, please. We must remember that this student has just murdered this lady luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray? That's absurd. Oh, really? So, do we take it that you are going to accuse this vulnerable, young and beautiful woman of mischief? What? No. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know. exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It seems that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small, handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusation. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth, we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So, she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, is... Oh, the handbag. Mana dia boleh bawa pistol. Wait, let me put the glass in the handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. Nah, saya rasa dia cepat nih kalau main satu orang. Tapi masalah dia semua dialog dia pun saya bagi suara. Boleh saya kalau main satu orang sekejap sini. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I have a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brad's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brad's handbag. No! Orders, order. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Auchi? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure this uncomfortable accusation. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Badarali. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. Apa? Dorang... As I said, I did not search the lady handbag after the shooting. simply because it was unnecessary. Kenapa? Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I have completely forgotten about. This photographic print. Oh, kenapa tangannya tuh ada tempat terbakar? Mana tuh? This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brad handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there has been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brad guilt here. Senyuman tuh gak bikin panas kau punya senyuman. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Order! Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Ya, topi itu besar betul bukan? Untuk tapuk ayam pun boleh dalamnya. Certainly, Your Excellency. The photograph of the handbag has been entered into the court record. I think you had enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. Saya cek dulu court record. So, tangan kanannya dia di tangan kanan. Kenapa di tangan kanan? Kenapa di tangan kanan? Macam mana tangan kanan dia boleh kena? Oh, dia yang duduk sana. Macam mana dia boleh kena ni? Peliknya. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion, that the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. Bangkit semula, Naruhodo. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma putus asa. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Rinosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are beat while the strong eat. You were wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's contents from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about the last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well, I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. That's mug, little. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before...
Yes!
Wait, Your Excellency? Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurish is getting tedious. When His Excellency deemed that the trial is over, he gave his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance. There is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail I mean, then ruling on the case at this time will be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. Ha! My thought exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, and this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at this photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where is this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. What is that?
Yes!
Look at this. Here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looked almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle would you come up with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly, that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Aochi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise detail of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Pratt has lodged appointment with the Dean and other university staff. Saya tak boleh biar dia lari. Jangan lari. Jangan lari. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking of this, Yunosuke? Do you believe this burn has something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am. If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again. Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But what if we had evidence? Evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case? Then would you allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brad's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim burns and this trial. Iya kan? Saya mau cek dulu. Kalau review scene ini, return to question ini, saya mau examine ini. Ni lah. Saya mau present ini.
Yes!
What's this, Counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at this scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things may have been overlooked at the time of recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Pratt. Dari piring kau. Ya, dari piring dia. Dari piring steak dia tu. Ada logo. You see, it's very clearly visible on this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. That's your game. Then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? Nina. Reason. The beef steak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Your Excellency, are you alright?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival.
Oh,
The emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn
are exactly the same shape.
Yunosuke, you genius!
You're spot on.
Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Lagu tu ba.
Adrian Kennedy Kumbang, thank you for the like. But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated times. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Auchi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline on the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant.
Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga?
I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... Oh, thank you for the share, Adrian. Saya pun entahlah, tidak lama lagi ni. I was saying, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. It was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds.
It's conceivable that the victim would have let out a scream of pain then.
I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I have not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter.
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burned themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. Polis tu menyamar jadi waiter. That's right, and the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor has carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antique dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Auchi? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Yunosuke, do you think? Apa? Dia kena timbak? Apa? Dia kena timbak lepas dia mati? I never dreamed we arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of that make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation.
Counsel, are you suggesting?
Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead.
Dead?
Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead.
Madness! Order, please. Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot.
That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student. But clearly, he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Agung, it's you who has no grasp of the facts.
I beg your pardon?
As soon as it became apparent that the victim has suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet?
Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brad knows something about it.
Belum tamat lagi, Joe.
Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brad, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But, Your Excellency.
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Marah ba si Miss Brett?
Sinek muka. Senyum. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'll be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relation between my country and yours. Miss Brad, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country, after all.
But why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtue of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Well, you are the epitome macam mana mo sebut. You are the epitome of true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
I see. In that case, Miss Brent, I will now ask you to testify in your own words. about the event leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Rinosuke. Lama lagi ke aku? The victim's death. Isi air dulu kejap.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his dress like that. Burn his dress like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative technique probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
That's most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court history. Thank you.
Easy does it? I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It's all a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer then?
Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with the cross-examination now. I expect you noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problem with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Ooh.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. The victim's death.
Unfortunately, ini kita. Hey.
Yes!
But his hands were on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You cannot have noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you one thing. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unslightly big black trousers of yours has been wide open. You cannot have noticed.
Huh? What?
Ah! What fun! You hadn't realized. This dear lady is absolutely right.
As your friend, you embarrass me as well as yourself, Rinosuke.
Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can you tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Yes!
Well, I can't. Anyway, when the waiter brought my steak,
Yes!
push semua dia punya testimony. As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at the time, if you remember, which explained why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of others in the court, it means bless you. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway, as far as I've heard,
Yes!
ni betul lah. Yes, it's written here on the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there was no other sign of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it has cooled ever slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burned his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must already have been dead at that point.
Objection!
And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove this is a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Auchi is right.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace? If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has truly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I always aim for flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with those cause of death. That's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady innocence into question? On my honor, I, Takatsuchi Aochi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersion. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. You need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. But of course, this country inferior investigative technique probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
Yes!
Saya rasa lagi satu profesor tu bakal bawa untuk check poison. Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at the crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. It doesn't even occur to your naive detective to try preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can. You understand? Aha! A killer blow! The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing! He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Augie is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Pratt just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Rinosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not going up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma. What, Rinosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Some things that been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brent? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Pratt's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant, if it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on last statement one more time. If you think so? If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then, I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I found out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Pratt on her last statement again.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that?
Ini kita buat balik sih. Jom. Ini.
Tes. Nah. When people actually testify, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they are listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thought. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thoughts. Sorry? Pursue? I'll explain how to do it, Rinosuke. It's all to do with the witness mark. Apa nih? Teknik sistem baru? What marker? Oh, itu dah baru. At the moment, we are focused on Miss Pratt, who's the person actually making the current statement. Boleh pindah-pindah. Nice. But by moving the marker left and right, with kanan kiri, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witness, you'll be able to pursue them with A. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. Kalau dulu game lama tiada macam dua witness satu kali ni kan, start sini. Tapi saya pernah show lah, sebab saya tidak pernah main Ace Attorney Investigation dengan Professor Layton. Tu saya tidak pernah main. Exactly, which means that even if...
Wait.
Excuse me.
What's the meaning of this? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thought, deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? If there's something you like to say, please share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful English woman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with his testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes. You have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Pratt? Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practice are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, it looked like the lady remarks touched a nerve there. Take this for example. Oh, panik lah kau. Ada racun tu kan? Is that? This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's all of its face, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness' action, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. The carbonated water bottle has been entered into the court record. Miss Brent? Kita cek dulu. Oh, boleh cek. the label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma?
I think it's French.
This must be really very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was saying.
Then go to France and ask.
You could just say that you don't know.
So kejap lagi saya rasa si profesor tu bawa something untuk cek. Untuk cek kandungan dia, kandungan air.
Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death?
Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seems to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question.
Very well. Consul, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor.
Unfortunately, I have no idea.
Apa saya mau push? Habis sudah nih.
New evidence. Excellent work, Rinosuke.
I never even thought of pursuing another witness over the current witness statement. That was a great idea of yours, Kazuma.
Well, it was all thanks to you noticing that the detective has reacted strangely to what the lady said.
I never had guessed he had all that bubbling away under the surface.
To be honest, you keep surprising me at every turn.
Sorry?
Oh, never mind.
So we know that Dr. Wilson was killed at around the time the steak was brought to his table. And by some means that left no physical trace on his body. If we could just demonstrate how it was done. Well, I do have one idea about that. About how the professor was killed. Maybe I should just present the evidence and see what happened.
Okay, so ini.
Yes!
Bukan. Quite right, the lady. Kalau saya presentnya air.
Yes!
What is this? The bottle of water?
Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison.
Ya, memang saya faham racun, tapi saya mau coba cari jalan supaya dia tidak terlampau jauh daripada logical. Di mana saya mau push. Kadang-kadang kalau kita salah present apa evidence dengan statement yang salah pun dia tidak boleh proceed.
On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass?
Order, order, order. Nasi goreng satu.
And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could possibly have done it. Giselle Pratt, it was you!
Objection!
This is outrageous! To suggest such a thing without scrap of evidence. You this little rookie imbecile! Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusation could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British make no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may, I will silence you forever. Uy, shut up. Keluar terus. It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady. Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I have spoken unfairly before. I offer my humble apologies.
I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring?
I describe your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. This bottle, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not.
Of course.
You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already?
I strive for a flawless investigation every time.
I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its content.
And what did you find, Inspector?
I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could not find no trace of poison of any description and a bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency.
What? Are you sure?
The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. I'm very grateful for all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. Bangun, Rinosuke. I'm so sure.
This can't be right.
Everything falls into place if he was poisoned.
Thank you, Counsel.
I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad this matter is resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. You have any further new evidence to present the court at this point?
Apa lagi kita boleh buat? Kazuma pun tiada idea. Saya pun tiada idea. Semua pun tiada idea.
I'm sorry, Rinosuke. I have nothing more.
Well, if you excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Oh, suara orang. Ini perempuan tuh kan?
Please, wait. Isn't that?
What is the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding your court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, he carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth.
Yeah. Boleh tamatkan streamnya. Makin pening gamenya. 2 jam. Lebih 2 jam lah satu case. Gila. Assalamualaikum, selamat petang. So, hari ini kita sambung lagi The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Harap-harap suara hari ini oke? Boleh banyak bercakap, and then supaya kita boleh stream lebih 2 jam. Harap-harap. Hari Sapis, waalaikumsalam bosku. Saya dengar Pokemon Unite bakal keluar next month di mobile. Saya terbaca news ke apa, artikel. So nanti kalau sudah ada, kita boleh main sama-sama lah. Noise. Ya. Bunyi-bunyian. Noise. 22nd November. 1:14 PM. Supreme Court of Judicature. Courtroom 2. Ada sound kan? Oke. Ya, perempuan nih.
Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense. But why this sudden ingress into my courtroom?
A judicial assistant and a woman, no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I only asked for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ah, you're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded.
5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more.
But, Your Excellency, I am most grateful.
Susah bah, nggak boleh buat suara perempuan.
Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now.
Apa buku tu? Adrian Kennedy Kumbang, thank you for the like, bro.
What is this? A report about something written in English. Objection! It's Giselle Brett research. The English woman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper.
Ah, yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she?
So, does this research, whatever this is, something to do with the case?
Oh, thank you for the share. Thank you, terima kasih.
I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceeding of the trial myself.
Oh, no. Of course not. Special characteristic. Ya, nggak bagus lah saya punya anu nih. Minum-minum air dulu. Kalau enggak saya tidak boleh bercakap dengan lancar.
Special characteristics of Korea.
Kurir apa nih? Kes timbok profesor. Ya, belum settle.
Of Korea and its effect on human subjects. Interesting. Korea? What's that?
Ini nah, main character. Ryunosuke. Kau kan yang tanya tuh.
I never heard that word before. Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on the notes just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful, thank you. Giselle's report has been entered into court record. Goodbye then, and good luck.
Panjang. Case dia biasanya panjang. Sebenarnya case dia boleh pendek. Tapi masalah dia saya kasih voice over lagi, so dia tambah lagi panjang daripada biasa.
You have had long enough, counsel. We cannot detain our English guests any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but
Kita cek dulu court record. Rina, saya boleh kasih tunjuk main character. Tiada pula main character sini. Aduh. Tiada di bagian people ni kan. Siapa? Kita mau cek dulu. Ini. A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient time to incapacitate their prey. Effect: instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death. Trevor! Hello Trevor! Good evening Trevor. Selamat petang. And subsequent death even in minute doses. Route of entry. The above mentioned effect occurs when the poison enters the body through a wound. Ada wound such as that inflicted by a blowpipe duct. Itu mungkin kita boleh due its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic gitu kan. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or the patient would die in suffocation. Okay. Apa yang saya boleh buat dengan info ni? What can I do with that info?
I presume not, but
The prosecution has made it case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
Shinosuke, we're out of option here. This really is our very last chance.
Yes, I know.
Ni main character.
Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence.
That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett?
Yes, Your Excellency.
If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer.
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long time until tea time.
Lajunya kau. Saya mau baca.
Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was a phrase as a question. However,
I must ask you to treat that as an order.
I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
My apologies, dear lady.
So, counsel, what is this new evidence that demand the court's attention? Ini nah, buku.
Yes!
Miss Giselle Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yume University, doing research.
Apa?
Research by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison?
What?
Poison? Where are you going with this, counsel?
Toxin known as Courier, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What complete and utter nonsense! Courier, you say? I've never even heard of it. You would have done you wouldn't have done.
What do you mean?
I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country.
It doesn't exist?
Correct, which means no matter what test the police can do for toxins, they never identify curare. How? Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
What?
Lagu dia bila ada kick off lagu dia disiok kok.
Order? Order! Order! Council, does this deadly poison truly exist?
According to this report authorized by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by tribesfolk people of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. And it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that the animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery! These expressions are utter trumpery. To start with, if the victim has been administered by this so-called deadly poison, he would have been screaming and writhing in pain, and the other diner would have surely noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in this kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean, the other way around?
The very fact that the victims didn't show any visible sign of distress is evidence that curare was used.
Explain yourself, Counsel.
The moment these toxins enter a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lost all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible sign of pain at all. How terrible! Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. Awan Iqmal, thank you for the share dan like, terima kasih. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victims unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscle that controls respiration to fail. Ya, sambung. Ada keluar, kita dapat satu buku, apa namanya? Buku research yang Miss Brett, yang perempuan topi swan tu, buat research pasal poison. Ada satu poison yang buat paralysis dan instant death. So kita guna tu sebagai bukti, evidence. Sekejap ambil mood dulu. Respiration. In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move.
That's hideous!
To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. Senyap.
And you suggesting that this bottle, Council, actually contained this terrifying poison?
Attention!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? Macam mana sebut tu? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing? What a happy tale for defense. If I may.
Saya anu dulu. Okay.
All these facts. You think you're so clever. It is you who must be taught. Oh, of course. Dear lady. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work, then announce the result as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Yum yum yum. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a hideous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Attention!
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency?
Yes, Miss Brett?
May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please?
Well, yes. I don't see, why not?
Dia minum ke? Wow. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys.
Sorry?
To an English woman such as myself, this whole affair is just a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish court romantics. It's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers. Kenapa dah nampak mata dia? Wait, what are you doing? Senyum. Senyuman bikin panas. No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Kenapa tidak bunyi? Goodness, whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no curare. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett.
I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries.
Yes, dear lady.
You are most gratified with all the assistance you have given.
Oh, kesian Rinosuke. Jangan stres kau, bosku.
This doesn't make sense. There had to be been poison in that bottle.
So how did she?
How did she
swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale?
I don't understand it. Well, I suppose, if nothing else, This little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to be been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have killed over dead. Come on, Rinosuke. You have all the clues now. That bottle of water. Dah, kamu ada idea? Ada air ke tu? Kurang. Oh, botol, bukan botol. Apa nama dia tu? Cawan tu. Poison tu tiada di botol, tiada di cawan. Ya. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Rinosuke? Isn't it obvious? If there was a poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me. But sometimes it's in need of a good sting until it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world. Oh, is that what this card is supposed to represent? That was guileless ending to a promising line of inquiry, counsel, for which you'll be penalized. Aye? Come on, Rinosuke. We have all the clues now. The bottle of water. Hah? Dia suruh buat balik? Okay. Kejap. Macam mana saya mau pastikan? Contain poison. So tadi no poison kan saya pilih. The culprit did put Curie poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refused to change its position. You're serious?
Objection!
Fool, are you blind? There is no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Pat drinking the water from it. That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained. Fami-kun, thank you for the like. How? Exactly? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be.
Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explain how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed?
Yes, cawan.
Ni pasal ini.
Yes!
It seems the defense, or should I say, the wretch accused, is the real source of complication in this case.
Aduh. Apa disuruh ni?
Apa disuruh? If the defense, the rash accused truly intend to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the session with this. What explain how the witness was able to consume this supposedly water unscathed? Saya nak examine dulu.
Sebab nampak tu pasal wound itu, wound. Dia bukan poison main minuman, bosku. Dia poison melalui luka. So Dr. Wilson baru dari dentist. Bukan mulut dia ada luka kalau macam tu. So kalau dia minum air dan kena melalui luka tu, guarantee saraf dia, at least itu apa yang saya fikir lah.
Yes!
The answer to this riddle. Tempat tangan tu saya rasa selepas itu. Sebab dia mesti tidak boleh bergerak. Dia mesti sudah mati. So, lepas dia minum air, lepas dia orang cheers, pang, dia minum, masuk luka mulut dia, and then dia paralysis, and then baru dia digerakkan, baru tangan dia kena tu pinggan panas dan dia tidak sedar. So, saya rasa itu yang jadilah. The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Pratt's own research report.
Objection!
That is not valid explanation. No. After all, we don't speak English. The report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
I'm not trying to ridicule anyone. Honest. I'm just reading Susato-san notes.
I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in this entirety by the report. You will direct us with the pertinent section, counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle?
Astaga, beginikah? Sinopsis, special. So special karakteristik kan semua pada route of entry.
We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison, and it's left me curious about something.
Oh, counsel?
Well, it sounds as though ingenious hunter has been using this poison for years and years to lace the head of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they are hunting.
So, we've been led to believe, yes.
And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please.
But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean it will be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat?
Yes, good point.
So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because they'd be eating poison.
Good gracious, Counsel. No, that would be madness.
But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. On the special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound.
Through a wound, you say? I see.
That makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seems a little strange to me though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what written. Stick tu kah ada racun? Tidak. Mungkin dia punya minuman. Betul-betul minuman dah. But it makes sense when you interpret what written like this. When Curie entered the body through an open wound, it have terrifying poisonous effect. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effect whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew Curie's special characteristic. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... Oh, burung dia bangkit. Rascalian! Ekor dia pun naik. Well, Gino's gang, it turns out you are an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how it's possibly... So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with, some fact he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Oh, okay, tutup sudah sayap dah. Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish?
Flaw?
As even your brain has managed to deduce Curie is safe to ingest, it seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric suckers. Oh yes, well of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? So, if this little poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor would have died when he swallowed it, would he? Ah, that's right.
Good gracious!
That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no?
Order! Order in the court! Order!
The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest? Yes, this Curie poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely, even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. Wah. Kenapa dia stop ni? What is this welling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. It's sort of conviction to break out all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. Objection! I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. How dare you to use that tone with me? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead.
Counsel,
I'm sure I don't need to remind you, you must provide compelling evidence, as we know now that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone would have been killed by the courier?
Sebab dia pergi. Mana tu? Ni. Saya mau baca dulu. Ada kah? Tidak. Extraction. Kasih keluar gigi. Anastasia.
Take that!
As Miss Pratt so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners.
A fatal difference?
The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have. If you have just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Pratt, you acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she? Dia breakdown kan ni? Saya mau tengok dia breakdown. Laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are so puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. We'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. Tegas jatuh. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have been tragically destroyed. No! Apa? Kalau witness boleh buat macam tu? Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible. At once! You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor presence of mind to recover it. Ya, macam mana, Pak? How could you? You would get away with this? You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid you'll never know now, will you? If there really was poison in the bottle or not. And let us not forget, We still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution?
Oh, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady?
That's right, and really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me, so of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day using Cure. Then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you arranged for him to find on the floor before you shot the professor's dad in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime.
What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence.
Exactly! And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. J. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now, is she really going to get away with this? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene.
Ryunosuke,
Yes?
we've come this far, but now
You, the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean?
we've lost a vital piece of evidence.
It's true.
So, if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head.
In my head?
You told me before that your power of observation were the one thing you could really depend on.
Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with the swan on her head.
So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell.
What I saw. What I felt. Every color.
Apa?
Ada darah. It's Kazuma, right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson killer? Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue.
You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then, let's wipe the smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait.
It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson, real killer, must have been is... Ini kah?
Oh, dia tidak buka lip ah?
Oh, please.
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this.
Yes? What is it?
He's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you?
So darah tu saya rasa darah sebab kena timbakan. Dia pecik pergi depan and then baru kursi dia kena kasih pusing.
Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day?
Attention!
Wait a minute! Where are you going with... Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden table and the wooden base at the plate that the steak was served on was a splattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that the blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor as you were. Giselle, Brad, I beg your pardon?
Attention!
This is beyond ridiculous! Fabricated nonsense! Is the court seriously expected to believe something that the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate. In the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you have been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a blood stain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Sir, yes sir. Oh, tu steak dah di meja. Sorry for the delay. Here is what you ordered, the steak. 15 Oh, 50 minit kah baru saya voice acting. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector, the blood, man. Show the court. Of course, examine the plate at your leisure. Tiada darah. Tiada darah. No. No blood. Why? Kenapa tiada darah? No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible. I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. It was right there. On the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. senyum lagi kau sana. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. Wah, bangkit sudah ada Pokemon di atas kepala. You see, this is why I'll always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. I couldn't agree more. In this case of this disgrace to the empire, I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. Let's pretend the attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch, but I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. This sorry-looking steak reveals the fact all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. The plate of steak has been entered into the court record. Was the plate I saw or thought I saw just a figment of my imagination? Mari. Ooh? Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin, and the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. No, I don't mean, what is it? I mean, what's it's doing here there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk of a Hoei Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I never heard of bullion in bullion. And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary though. This means I certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. And it's from the Hoei era too. That would make it really quite valuable. It's well marinated in the juice as well. Look. What? Are you thinking of eating it? No, but the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of steak about this, Rinosuke. A Koban coin underneath this steak is only one logical explanation. Apa logical explanation yang ada? This emblem on the side of the plate. Is it a cat? It's a cow, obviously. Most likely because of the restaurant's signature dish is beef steak. It seems a lot of these restaurants have their own unique tableware. So this is the symbol of La Carnival, is it? This is it now. I've lost. Rinosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself. Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? That last thing is going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? Ay, salah tekan! You know, it flies in the face of common sense. But someone like you with no experience as lawyer could last this long in a trial like this. How did you? Opportunities are always there for the taking, but only for those with the determination to grab them. Let's have another good look at the steak.
If you want to give up, it had better wait until after that.
Maybe I should examine the evidence in more detail.
Ini lah balik kan? Ini sesudah. Kita cek lagi tuh gambar tadi, bukan gambar logo tu. So mananya yang steak yang ini bukan dari meja no. Dari meja lagi satu.
Well, a deafening silence from the defense. I will take that as your final answer on the matter.
Your Excellency, please, wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
Objection!
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beef steak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial.
I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled.
I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency.
Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. Where precisely of this plate of beef steak is this new clue to be found?
Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. Bukan. Okay. Mana dia suruh buat ni balik? Kita kasih run autoplay. Biar dia autoplay kejap sambil saya minum air. Ya, sama present ini.
Got it!
Got it.
Good gracious, that's...
A Koban? What on earth?
Ahoy Era 1.
Miss Brett, this is in fact a beef steak you ordered at the restaurant of the day on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
Shut up!
What a ridiculous question! How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what it is, but I want no part of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been careless mistake by the chef in the moment of distraction.
Objection!
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen.
Ahoy Koban just happened to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turned out to be irrelevant to the case,
I'll whip my ticket to Great Britain right now.
he's right. It can't be a coincidence.
Your Excellency,
Yes, Counsel.
a rare Hawaii Koban just happened to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turned out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
Objection!
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one's invited you anyway.
Shut up!
Semua suruh masing-masing shut up.
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that you ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that stake.
The owner?
Yes, it's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the koban that was found underneath the beef steak is... Ini kan?
Take that!
Yang pilih ni. Obviously, it can only be the antique dealer and the owner of Raste, Kyuryo Korekuta-san. Kyuri? As in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, this ridiculous Japanese name are quite unfathomable. Fathomable something.
Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct?
Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with this Hoban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired.
The gunshot interests me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing?
Hunting for treasure? Indeed, the Hoei era Koban, my prize coin. Then this Hoei era Koban, do you mean to tell me?
Attention!
No, please. Why would Korekuta-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beef steak and its plate? It makes no sense.
Yes!
Which is why I'm asking to bring Korekuta-san back to hit the witness stand so we can ask him.
Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay.
Kenapa macam 4 jam dia punya tutorial ni pun sudah 4 jam punya.
Yes, can't believe we come back around to that pair again.
Ada nampak kamera dia. Kamera dia. Kamera cinematic oh. Nice.
But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this koban.
Ini first case. First case biasanya orang cakap tutorial punya case. So tutorial punya case normally biasa pendek-pendek. Tapi untuk game ni diorang kasih panjang sebab dia bukan the first game. Dia game ke 7, 8 kalau betul-betul ikutkan. So, ya. Yeah. Ini first case. Biasanya first case orang bilang memang tutorial case lah. Ajar macam mana itu ini. Banyak hand holding. Paling senang lah biasanya. Case yang paling senang.
We'll find that it's a key element in the case.
Maknanya 4 kali sudah saya main. 4 session. Belum selesai lagi tu pembunuh dia.
What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for the little baby idol? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves.
Exploited by the police, we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom, myself, I have become a ruined man in trice, a worthless, withered he. Nothing more I have to say. The sun has set on this rusty shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Korekuta-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your rusty memory serve, have you ever seen this Kembara? Wah! Uy, siapa kena kaki tu? That's the one, the very exact one that is it. The resplendent, Sephiroth's Hoy treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. Kena kaki. It can't be. As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? I'm not sure it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beef stick and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juice. Sandwich? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my Hoy treasure between a slab of meat and metal plate? Who would do such a thing? Such a unconscionable thing. Excuse me, could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation. La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there have been similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant-rich clientele. A number of such incidents has been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this command incident is the work of the same chief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Korekutasan's koban is all too clear. What? Siapa? I think the court would like to hear the defense view on this matter. Tell us, who was the despicable scoundrel that stole Korekutasan's koban and hid it under the stake? Apa jawapan dah? Okay, saya predict ada mungkin dua karakter. Satu mungkin perempuan ni sebab dia kasih jatuh pistol, so dia mau orang lain yang ambil tu pistol. Kalau ada orang lain mencari itu duit di lantai, dia punya plan tidak berlaku, tidak jadi. So most likely kalau bukan perempuan ni, dia mungkin juga si anu ni, Eugene Mikotoba. Ya, kan pergi. Jom. Ya, inilah. Dah set. Okay, kita save. So, saya akan letak ini Giselle bread. Yes, seems like a likely candidate for a koban thief.
No, come on, Rinosuke.
Huh? You shocked me, Kazuma?
Not as much as you shocked me.
No one could have approached the table unnoticed.
Even if you're a crazy fool, you couldn't have missed that.
I'm not sure you should be calling Korekita-san a crazy fool, Kazuma. Okay.
It's you I was calling the crazy fool.
Maybe I'm the wrong. Oh, salah. Mari kita load. Nyawa tu pak. Tadi saya kasih jalan saya tu, biarlah kurang. So kalau begitu, ini tes.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Yesa Nosa.
What? How dare you? You monster!
Monster?
I stole that koban, did I?
I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of this crime, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Ido. Ido, this mastermind behind all this. You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Kenapa jadi kuda ni? Terus Nippon Imperial Army, Sergeant Iesanosa, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army paid those that expect to keep our country safe? I understand the temporary increase in taxation owing to recently ended conflicts remain in place, and I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living. Yes, all I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days, I'd go there and do recon for a target. And I enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. It sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork, even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man as his koban? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot. When the professor was shot, I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I do too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slip it under the stick, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. Rendezvous bukan rendezvous, rendezvous. Marah, Korekita marah. Semua senyap. Krik-krik-krik semua. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time? Well, Miss Brett.
Of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency.
Indeed. The theft of the Koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby Seto sergeant. It would be certainly appeared to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under the lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? And as for picking up your steak and biting it into it without using a knife and fork, that's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Saya rasa dia tukar piring sekali lah.
Very well, now that all questions concerning the witness testimony has been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave.
Objection, cepat.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day.
Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming.
Oh, no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words they got me drinking. Apa? Apa? Picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call it out now, it'd be too late. The trial will be over. Hold it! Wait, Miss Brett! What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting it into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. What contradiction there? Kenapa saya tak faham ni? I'm going to need to see evidence, counsel. Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory. Where is the evidence to prove it? Oh, ni gigitan. Tidak nampak.
Apa? Apa parting wordnya? Saya rasa semua ini basic, tidak masalah pun. Bila dia Alah, tak jauh kah? Macam mana perempuan tu tahu saja tu pakai tangan? So, apa sebenarnya evidence? Nah, kita boleh cakap, tapi masalahnya kita tiada evidence. Apa evidence saya boleh pakai? Ini part susah nih. Kita boleh cakap, tapi apa evidence yang boleh pegang? Kak ini. So pada tinggal 3 saya save dulu lah. Ada tinggal 3 lagi try, sebab saya tidak boleh sembarangan. Nanti kalau gagal saya kena silap, saya start dari awal kah? Saya lupa saya. So logic behind gambar nih, saya rasa lah, personally saya rasa. Kalau kita tengok bentuk steak tuh, bentuk tempat steak kena gigit tuh kan. Bila last time kita cakap dia punya jumlah petak dia tidak sama, kan saya jalan cakap, ada orang datang stream pun cakap. Mungkin sebab kamu nampak bentuk dia tuh kan, bentuk dia macam ada curve bang, macam tempat gigit kan. So bukan something bekas kesan yang orang yang makan steak pakai pisau dengan garpu. At least itu saya punya logik lah. Apa saya mau hantar? Ini. Kita try aja lah ini. The steak that Miss Brad has been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's stable just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Does something about this steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious.
I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett.
Notice what exactly, Counsel?
Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a stick and biting into it without using a knife and fork.
Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself.
Then take a good look at this steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there.
It looks like Miss Brett has realized something.
So, if the witness, as she claimed, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth mark in the steak at all.
Attention!
Wait, what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously...
Whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer.
Of course. They will be all over in the blink of an eye.
Press.
Kuat. Dia sentiasa tuh. Terbang.
I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacle samurai relic.
Sebab ada swan tuh, Bang. Ada swan tuh tiup.
Oh, of course. Dear lady.
What the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers?
Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She realized the catastrophic implication these teeth mark in the steak have for her.
Rinosuke, do you know what you're going with this?
Focus. Yes, now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth mark in steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to be disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proved once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day.
I accept that the teeth mark in the steak are a little unnatural,
as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency.
Everything?
Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond doubt who shot Dr. Wilson.
Keklik tu, nampak tu, Bang. Posing Jojo tu, Bang. Saya pun tak boleh buat. Game ni banyak posing menarik.
How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of that phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats.
How can you be so sure?
Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had some conclusive evidence, you would have presented to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't.
What?
But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Attention!
This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already. Ya, ini technically betul.
And you said there's evidence yet to be brought forward? There can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom.
Dia kasih sembunyi kah?
And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case.
Very well, I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial.
who possess the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair. Aduh. Banyak juga. So ini mungkin si inspektor tu simpan kan? Mungkin lah. Ini kan inspektor.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this stick with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. And, as well as admitting to stealing Korekuta-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak?
Attention! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it.
In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense. That plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal that coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire.
Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over? You did switch the plates?
Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian has been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my stick and hid the coin underneath it. But then, when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I had it.
If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that would be it. I'll be getting my marching orders.
So, when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance.
Tolak bayi kau.
With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table.
What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing.
It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Sesuatu yang kuat.
However, fear not, prosecutor son.
What now?
I swear on the brass button on my uniform that is all I did, sir.
All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So, if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table.
Yes, that follows.
Inspector Hosonaga?
Yes?
Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant. That, to preserve evidence, you had taken both.
Ah. Marah. Marah. Oh, si Brad marah sudah.
That's correct. Then, please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat. It can't have the slightest bearing on this case.
Objection!
No, you're not wriggling your way out of this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remembered the reason why this steak pan promised to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the one decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers things he remembers. I'm quite sure what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory served him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you're eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Show the evidence with the court. Present the beef steak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident.
Senyum.
Yes, sir.
Dia punya senyuman tuh balawak. Ini baru macam rata sikit dia punya potongan.
Sorry for keeping you.
Ada darah.
Here is on other steak and its plate. Please feel free to examine it.
Nah.
The blood stain. It's clearly visible. Look.
Yes!
Now that makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right, Miss Giselle Pratt. It's you!
Oh, jatuh dia punya kepala Swanda.
Outdone by a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No.
Terbang. Kenapa kok terbang? Banyak tiba-tiba ikan. Anak-anak. Ayam gak tuh? Pelik. Game ini pelik.
Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me.
Well, Miss Brad, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time.
Gladly, Your Excellency? It was I who took the professor's life, using Curie. As you surmise, I choose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor has dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you plan to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison will be found in this water, because Curie is unheard of here in Japan. Yes, of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would be all over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor means that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair, such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at this point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of Curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. And under your skirt? So I was right, there were two guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were, such that I would notice. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick up, that's when you shot the professor with your own gun, even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he'd picked up the gun. So, there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor.
Yeah, kita tidak mati.
Your Excellency,
Yes?
I wonder, might I speak with you in private later?
I shall call on you.
Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san.
Uy, hilang macam tu, Sir. So, dia bakal kena hukum kah atau tidak kena hukum? Maklumlah, orang asing.
It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement? This can't be. Taketsuchi Aochi does not lose. Not to the like of this rookie student. You better start getting used to tough opposition.
Ryunosuke Naruhodo!
What? Yes? This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgotten. You've become conceited with age, Council, but they all have to stand aside and make way for the new. Wait, keluar pedang kan? It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Woi, bahaya. Jatuh rambutnya. Gila kau ni. Kau punya pedang boleh sampai sebelah. Jauhnya tu. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its door to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits. But what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young people. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi? Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to, and do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes. In you, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant Ryunosuke Naruhodo not guilty. Yeah, tuh nampak bah jauh jarak meja tuh. Macam mana dia boleh potong pedang jauh betul-betul? Pakai pedang katana dia tuh. This court is now adjourned. Akhirnya selesai. 22nd November, 2:46 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defense, Antechamber 5. I can't believe it. I can't believe what happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally put it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know? Oh no, I didn't do any. Thank you so much! If we hadn't had the research report of Miss Brad, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Speaking of Mikotoba, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Baca dah. Jangan suruh baca.
Naruhodo, you did an excellent job.
Thank you, Professor.
Oh no, it is I should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend.
Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to your university, was it?
Yes, that's right.
Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson?
Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital.
Oh, you worked together? I never heard you mention that before.
Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world in science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot.
I will. I learn all I can.
I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan.
You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you?
Of course I am.
A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go.
I cut down anything that's in my way.
Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what happened to the woman? To Giselle Brad, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder.
Ah yes, her.
It's not easy to tell this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future for Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Giselle Brad will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Siapa ni? Oh. Inspector Hosonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try? Huh? But then who? Who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case, somewhere far away, where our voice can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular court were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty.
Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right.
Then, so as long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments. They can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So, Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her action here in Japan? I'm afraid for that young student. Today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They are obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we are the one driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for celebratory drink. But, Professor... You're right, this is no time for gloomy face. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonoga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about the details for now. To La Carnival, will you accompany us, Professor? Oh, of course. La Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Ah, yes, thank you. So, Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma? Yes, Ryunosuke. I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? Bapak nyakit balik-balik. Kadang-kadang tuh dia punya tuh. Dia punya apa namanya itu? Dia punya personalities ya, bukan ya betul-betul tuh. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skill made the difference though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to be a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I help you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. AB, thank you for the like. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me! All that tense verbal combat, I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon that is any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No, the ability to believe. To believe what? Defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in. Stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in, even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stop believing in me. Well, you face seemingly hopeless situations times and again, but you never stop looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. Through your own efforts, and because you never stop believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you actually, Rinosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something's very important to me. It sounds serious. What is? Ah, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain. Don't forget. Ah yes, that too. Abis. I belum lagi habis. So my first trial came to an end. Kazuma, Professor Mikotoba, Susato-san, who acted as my assistant, Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of all the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through the trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize, jangan cakap mati Kazuma, just how much it would change my life. And first guess, tamat. Oh, yang ini ada si ada si ada deh. Ada si Sherlock Holmes. Akhirnya.
Nerdy Norhaji with
Cheeks,
100
thank you,
stars.
terima kasih. Ya, akhirnya selesai juga case pertama. Kita sudah selesai episode 1. The Adventure of a Great Departure. 5 episode. Okay. Thank you for the stars, Jigs. Tapi saya mau tamatkan sudah nih. Saya mau tamatkan stream sudah. Ngam kau bagi itu saya mau tamatkan stream. The Clouded Kokoro. Ini yang biasa tahu cerita Sherlock. Nih, Hound of Baskerville. Pernah dengar? Biasa dengar? Yang ini Speckle Band nih saya watch ya. Thank you for the share. Dan like. Thank you bro. Oh. Mau keluar. Oh, oke.